Good afternoon, our online audience and everyone. I'm Nico Chen, former chairperson of National Communications Commission of Taiwan. It's my great honor to be here today with you at the track of AIoT of Mobile Conference 2020. Due to the COVID-19, so we can only meet online, but I think today's program will give you a very prospective, fruitful result and experience. So today's track, there will be two panels within AIoT track. The main thing of the first section will focus on web and AIoT in city and telecom cloud infrastructure. And the second section will talk about AI and computer vision in the new web era. And distinguished speakers will share their insights, and I will introduce them later. So first, I would ask our first section four speakers to say hello to all of you. First one, Mr. Chen Hui-Min, Chief Secretary, Department of Information Technology, Taipei City Government. Say hello to our audience.
Hello, everyone. I'm Maya Chen.
And the second speaker is Mr. Alan Liu, Vice President of Taiwan Mobile.
Hi, this is Alan from IBM Taiwan Mobile.
And Kunrong Luo, Managing Director, IoT Laboratory, Telecommunications Laboratory, Zhonghua Telecom.
Hello, Kunrong Luo, Zhonghua Telecom.
And Joyce Chen, Senior Director, Far EasTone.
Hi, I'm Joyce Chen from Far EasTone Telecommunications.
Yes, we all know that right now we are approaching the 5G and already enter into the post-convergence era. As we have been hearing about AI for a few years, with the coming 5G networks, the super high-speed, low latency, and low power consumption design network will facilitate the AI development. Actually, 5G will be the huge platform on which all the information and communications technology, of course including AI, can be utilized with all the possible ways into all different kinds of vertical industries and all around our lives. I always like to describe the future connectivity as glacier. When I took the position of chairperson of NCC Taiwan, I was responsible for planning the 5G and IoT regulatory development of Taiwan, coordinating the national high-level security strategic project, and also co-working with ICT industry and the internet community and the society. 5G is not only just about faster broadband and lower latency. It's also about enabling the next generation of innovation and entrepreneurship, and will make the next digital leap, a true digital transformation, possible. According to the reports from many research institutes, top 10 user cases for AI roughly are healthcare, finance, manufacturing, retail, networks, e-commerce, media, education, and of course, government for smarter services. And the most important key issue is that mobile data is one of the major growth drivers within the digital environment. To foster data-driven innovation, we need a new way of thinking and international and intersectional collaboration. So we are looking forward to our four speakers' insights. Today's first speaker of first panel is Mr. Chen Hui-Min, Chief Secretary, Department of Information Technology, Taipei City Government, and her topic is the core of Taipei's smart city strategy, holistic, multi-faced, and citizen-centric. Mr. Chen received her PhD in the field of industrial and system engineering, as well as master's degree in labor management, hospital management, and IT management. She was also being listed among the women in GovTech 2019. As the Chief Secretary of the Department of Information Technology in Taipei City Government, Ms. Chen's responsibility is to promote Taipei's policies regarding smart cities, enhancing the competitiveness for the whole industry through new technologies and providing citizens with the excellent living environment. Let's welcome Ms. Chen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Maya Chen. It's my honor to be here, and today I will briefly introduce the developer of Taipei Smart City. Taipei, the capital of Taiwan, its 4 million population, consists of both residents and work from other cities. Urbanization has brought many problems this city, but Taipei ground public transportation system, high quality talents, strong ICT industry trend, and the research infrastructure have probably reached nutrients for the further development of smart city. Smart city is a dynamic process. They can adjust at any time to quickly respond to citizens' demand. Therefore, we have shifted our core principle from 5+N to 6+1. This includes smart building, smart transportation, smart education, smart health, smart environments, smart security, and smart economic, forming the core of smart government. The forward will be developed through 4 directions: open government, civic participation, open data, and international engagement. This strategy can be decided as from public to private, from internal to external. When transforming Taipei into a smart city, we integrate our vision with international trends. The pilot project, which follow benefit from tapping into public and private sectors. The farmer-private testing field and policy support, while the later private solution. With top-down and bottom-up approach, we work together on pilot project and innovation, and then promotion and expansion are carried out for successful project. This is our approach to creating a livable and sustainable city. Next, let's take a look at some of our AIoT projects. Street light can be seen as the neural network of a city. We test different sensors, such as ones for air quality monitoring and traffic for surveillance. From collecting data, we find it useful to solve urban problems. Self-driving vehicle is another key topic. Taipei City government engages in self-driving vehicle projects. In 2016, we tested a protocol on a dedicated bus lane. The line enhance citizens' awareness of new technology. After the road test, Taipei City government have a testing ground inside the Beitou Shilin Science Park. The area provide open space for all stakeholders to test their self-driving tech. After two closed field tests, next event includes the provide setters designed to improve tech. In 2019, we worked with a startup and a partnership secured a one-year test promotion from the central government this year. After the first and second stage of tech preparation and test, we expected to run self-driving shuttle bus for People 9. Application of IoT and AI analytics. This POC project places centers in a mountain, which provide real-time data. After analysis, abnormal numbers will be sent back to the management. This solution not only reduces time and manpower for data collection, but also minimize time loss when fighting bushfire. Help us to protect our national resources. We value transportation a lot, so I would like to share two smart transportation POC projects with you. The first one is the traffic jam problem in Neihu. To fix this problem, the Department of Transportation installed a 360-degree fish eye detector combines AI at an intersection. The camera also provides instant traffic detection and trajectory of different vehicle types. With complex traffic situations, the data is used to traffic light timing control, improve. The second case uses high-speed video detection system to enhance billing process. This allows the city's team to better deal with management of city blocks, parking spaces, payments, info, and requisition. Also, data from this project will be evaluated if introduce of smart tools can help reduce manpower. The public can also get roadside parking information through this science, thereby saving time when parking their own cars. Electronic fences have a problem with high false alarm rate. To tackle this problem, make schools safe and reduce the burden of security guards. AI cameras are installed to identify human activity and provide more accurate alarms through safe living. Working with Taipei City, a French startup uses AIoT Track to monitor the vibration and 3D deformation data of Shiji Bridge. The cameras also color traffic flow data and perform vehicle recognition, understand how the stability trends under different environment and weather conditions can be helpful for the authority. Being a data-driven city is what Taipei focuses on. Therefore, Taipei IOC integrates many kinds of data resources and AI solutions. We hope that we can use IOC to enhance performance of the department to make decisions easier. Let's watch this video on Smart City. We hope with the involvement of more and more tech with our living lab, citizens can enjoy a more communion lifestyle. Here is the video. These are the awards we received in the past. The city government is happy to be honored by so many professional organizations around the world. For example, the IMD Smart City Index 2019 ranked Taipei 7th on the list. In the 36 first surveys, with citizens praise our effort in areas such as arts and culture, free Wi-Fi, waste management, public transportation, and medical resources. Taipei is a living lab. We welcome cities around the world to share your ideas and solutions, and we look forward to working with you. The city government uses innovative tech to introduce the real name-based mass vending machine with the control government. Here is a report by AFP.
就不用在那边等提早到这样子，因为就直接来排，然后不用10分钟就买到了。对对对，都真的是主要上班啊，然后又必须要出门才要带着。对，然后我就觉得我们习惯都还蛮好的。对，就原本都习惯说就是生病不管是怎样，现在也是保护自己跟其他人这样。
If you'd like to learn more about our work, please scan the QR code on this page and visit our visit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chen. Our second speaker is Mr. Alan Liu, Vice President of Taiwan Mobile. Mr. Liu is in charge of enterprise solutions, products development and management, including mobile, fixed network, voice, cloud, data center, security services. His background is science and technology and EMB as well. Let's welcome Mr.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is Alan from the Taiwan Mobile. I'm glad to be here to share with you about what we have been done for Smart City project with IoT technologies. In the first time, I want to quote the very famous statement here. These two statements from the Tale of the Two Cities novel. The writer is Dixon. He said, "It was the best of times, it was the worst of times." Best of times, you know, the last year, the U.S. and China trade war already disaster of the global supply chain. This is the worst of times. We have a chance to reposition ourselves in the new supply chain. And from this year, we are facing the very serious virus attacks. This we have never had such experience in the past years. It was the age of the wisdom. Happen to be right now AI, IoT, and 5G technology is getting mature. But machine is smarter than people. Those technology will steal our job in coming years. So this is, I want to share you, this very touched me about the two statements. Let me introduce about Taiwan, the mobile and broadband penetration rate. Population in Taiwan right now is 23 million people, and household around the 9 million. Taiwan already have more than 112.4% subscriber. When people have more than one mobile phone, and the cable TV penetration rate is 57%, 60% about the broadband. Taiwan mobile market position is mobile. We have 25% market share. We have 30% the fixed line market share, and 13% about the broadband market share. We also set up a 5G plus vision for the long-term growth. The first one is the gift. That is the advantage of Taiwan Mobile. We have a big customer base about the mobile phone, cable, and broadband. Group, we also want to have more synergy with the Momo shop. This is one of the biggest online shopping company here. And we also have staff accelerator, AppWorks. For the other strategy partnership, want to support the further the right growth. Great, we have long-term vision, more than 10 to 12 years. And also Green provide more friendly environment support from the all strategy. Also, we want to accelerate all transformation into the regional enterprise, not only focused on domestic. Okay, first of all, I have a question for you. What is next of Internet? Internet has been developed for more than 30 years. Right now, everybody have a smartphone connect to each other. People to people, very easy to reach your party, your partner through the Internet. This is the age of Internet of people. But right now, more and more machine and device already connect to the network. And also the things, machine equipment can talk to each other. So machine can talk to people, can talk to machine, things to talk to things. So this is a new era of the Internet of Things. So what's next if we have IoT network, but plus AI become the AI IoT? It's more intelligent IoT network. In conceptual-wise, IoT have the three kind of layers. First layer is the sensoring layer. That is a lot of device equipment here connect to Internet. Second tier is connection tier. Here maybe have the broadband, maybe a 4G network, but right now is 5G network is popular. The third tier is the intelligent tier. This process the backend data and with AI capabilities. So what is important for a smart city? A faster, reliable network is very important. So 5G is getting mature right now. All of the telecom companies already deployed within this year. So there are three very important and powerful capability of 5G here. I want to introduce you. The first one is eMBB, faster and faster speed of 5G. It can be download a movie within few seconds, and faster than 4G 10 times. The second capability is ultra reliable low latency connection. That's very important for the remote control. For example, a drone, a vehicle, autonomous vehicle, need a very low response time to get back the system information from the back end. And third one is massive machine type communication. This is very important for the IoT network. Most of devices already connect to network. So we'll send back a lot of data and from the different data resources. So this is very important to have capability to connect a million-based devices here. So for a smart city, 5G is very fundamental mandatory network solution here. But why we want to use the 5G AI and IoT technology? Because the data is very important. We connect all devices to the internet and send back to the backend system in order to get the data and the processing, analyzing, and transfer to useful information. So the data value is important for 5G application. If we have the faster, reliable network, this will become true. And also send a lot of bunch of data back to our backend system. So AI and machine learning capability very important here. So new technology is not a rocket science. It has to provide more meaningful service to the citizen. So from different perspectives, smart city should cover some of the edge here. Utility, for example, right now, Taipower implement the power meter, gas meter, parking sensor that were useful for citizens. The second one, environment, provide air pollution detection services is very key right now in this timing. The air pollution is getting worse time to time in this moment. We need that detection system to provide feasible data to the all audience and all citizens. Life, medical, smart car, like the right now Taiwan, the IC car for the medical care is very successful. Traffic, in the near future, maybe the autonomous vehicle will become true. Security, camera around the city. Right now, we have more than 20,000 cameras in the Taipei city area. This is more secure and safe for all living, but less the privacy as well. This is a trade-off. So I want to introduce the Taiwan Mobile, have a couple of smart related project. The first one is smart computing, second one is smart health, the third one is smart sports, and the stadium and the warehouse and the home. Let me share with you about these 6 cases. The first one is AI cloud. In 2018, we collaborate with the ASUS and Guangda to provide this project to the NCHC to build up a very faster the AI cloud computer cloud. This supercomputer is ranking to top 20 in the world. It has capability can processing the image training in 1 second, can achieve the 1.76 million images. Also, disease detection can from 1 week to 12 hours. And tumor marking can reduce from 48 hours to 1 hour. The second one is smart health. This is very small devices you can wear on your personal devices. These devices can detect the air quality within 30 seconds and send back all the air quality information back to the cloud. Those information can collect together to share with you and can be information to improve your living and working space environmental condition. This smart health. Another one is we have a predictable air quality detection project. This project, we install the stationary resource sensor around 115. And we also install the moving population sensor, more than 300. And also install on the some plant, more than 20. This case is very important, is to use local team to develop all of the solution. This can predict within next 30 minutes air quality indicator. Last one is the smart sport. We have one of the APP, My Sport. They have 23rd tab access can be used, record your behavior. And on the right side, we have the professional training AIoT platform. We use the AR solution to train the trainer. And also we install the IoT sensor in the end of this bed. This simulation can transfer precise calculation information to improve the trainer behavior and improve their betting skill. This is my sport. Next one is smart stadium. Right now, COVID-19 impact most of the event already changed to closed-door event. No audience go to the sport field. And the other alternative solution is the AR and the VR solution. We implement in all Xinzhuang basketball field. We use the AR solution and the 3D replay technology to let this organizer and stadium owner have a chance to expand their service through the internet to the home, to everybody on the mobile phone. This is very important technology to solve this current issue of the COVID-19. The next one is a smart warehouse. This is an autonomous vehicle that is supposed to transfer some heavy material from the A side to B side in the industry warehouse. This can reduce a lot of occupation injury and also saving a lot of labor costs, improve efficiency. This is we serve for biggest online shopping company, their warehouse. The next one is smart home. This is very important. It's first the Google Nest Mini in native Chinese language in Taiwan. We can use this smartphone, smart box, can turn on your TV, select music you want to like, select program you want to like, and also can turn on, turn off your living room light and your home appliance. So this is in the initial stage. Right now, we already collaborate with all Taiwan automatic ecosystem to improve our service. So this is very useful solution in the smart home. So the last one page is I want to share with you IoT service of Taiwan Mobile. As a telecom provider, we act as a platform provider. We want to collaborate with all the devices manufacturing in Taiwan and play as a management platform, provide connectivity and management. Also invite software and solution vendor on the platform to develop their own solution. Also generate a lot of data can be used for the other AI and big data analytics solution. Right now we have more than 30 partner manufacturing here. So we would like to invite you, if you have interest in, can join with us for the further smart city ecosystem build up. So this is what I have today to share with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Alan. I think Alan has already mentioned about so many applications cases of Taiwan Mobile and already mentioned about the COVID-19. Maybe we can discuss it more later. Okay, so let's move to our third speakers. The third speaker is Kunrong Luo, Managing Director, IoT Laboratory, Telecommunication Laboratory, Zhonghua Telecom. And his topic is AIoT applications development in Zhonghua Telecom. Director received his PhD degree in the field of EE and joined the Telecommunication Laboratory as a division project leader, project manager, and then managing director. There, he has involved in IoT key technologies such as device management, big data, and AI, IoT application services such as intelligent transport, intelligent energy saving, and healthcare, wireless communication technologies such as LTE, NB-IoT, and 5G. He's currently responsible for IoT application service, products planning and research such as ITS, healthcare, and smart city. He has extensive industry experience. Let's welcome Director Luo.
Thank you, Chairman. Today, I will share the IoT appearance to you. Our agent separated into the 4 parts, but today, I will emphasize 2 parts. The first part will introduce the IoT platform, which is developed by ourselves. The second part, I will share a little bit application of IoT. First, we look at the AIoT, the ecosystem. The ecosystem can divide it into the 3 parts. The first is a device layer. The second, network layer, and the third is application layer. According to the Gartner information, we know the top line of this slide. The business opportunity, device layer about 10%, network layer 5%. The big opportunity, 85%, fall in the application layer. Zhonghua Telecom is a telecom company. From this information, we just share about the 5% business opportunity. Here, we most important things is we needed to provide high quality and high coverage network to connectivity in IoT IoT service. How to set up the ecosystem? I think we don't need to redo the software. We can collect the software module, put together. We have a platform, and we can quickly communicate the application and the device. So after we can do that, we can emphasize or focus some application service we will mention in the later. This is show the core business of Zhonghua Telecom. They are 4 business: fixed line, mobile, broadband, and MOD. Our market share is #1 in Taiwan. This is a plan of 5G. We starting from the year 2018. We joined the international organization. In order to take the status of 5G, we joined NGMM, 3GPP group. Last year, we set up a trial system in the telecom laboratory. The purpose of the trial system, we found a pilot team in Taiwan. The company or member include a chipset, terminal, and the service maker. So we provide this platform for them. They can do the interoperability test. This year, we won the biggest bandwidth in Taiwan, and the zone is based in the 3.5G. So currently, we'll launch the 5G in the July. As everyone knows, the characteristic of 5G include 3 parts. The first part is high speed. The second is low latency. The last is a mass connection. I don't talk about, no more talk about here. I think of 5G as an infra, as a platform. Based on this platform, we can combine the engine such as big data, AI, the funnel like the data. So we can put this together. We can provide our customer for differential service, for consumer, to B for the enterprise customers. The strategy of Chunghwa Telecom for IoT, we can play 3 roles. The first role is network. We provide the connectivity. So currently, we not only provide the 4G, and we establish the 5G in the future. The second, we can play the platform provider. We already developed the IoT platform by ourselves. They combine 3 major modules. We can talk this in the later. Lot of application of IoT we cannot finish by ourselves. So we must be to cooperate with the service innovator. We just only focus a few fields. We can share our experience in the later. This is a AIoT platform. We have a slogan. The platform built in our cloud. The second, we have 2 interfaces. We separate the 2 interfaces, northbound interface and the southbound interface. They can connect to device and service. And we have 3 codes. We have 2 characteristic in here. One is a CMP, we call the connectivity management platform. So we provide this function for our customers. They can manage their connection by himself. And we also provide the telephone application service. It's a mean, if some events occur, we can make a phone call to the home. For example, if a garbage can will come to our home, we can make a phone call to inform you. You can take the garbage outside the street straight to the garbage can. This is southbound interface. We implement the software according to the standard, so we can accommodate a lot of the device. For example, for the smart manufacturer, we according to the Modbus or OPC server, they can compatible with the 90% machine tool. The surveillance, we follow it on BIP protocol. We can accommodate about 500 kind of IP cam. The northbound interface, we provide the tool for web page process, mobile app. There are 131 API for core, domain, and the intelligence module. Chunghwa Telecom IoT platform launched in the year 2008. It's free for newcomers. In the future, we will charge by traffic. There are some characteristics: faster connection, measurement network connection, data security, and smart cloud. If anyone interested in this platform can contact us. Here we show the IoT application. I think we just listed some of applications, but the time limitation, so we can talk about IATS, intelligent traffic system, and smart city. Here we show the smart railway IoT plan. Our government have a policy. They need to localization our solution. So we plan IoT for railway. They include the train, track side, and station. All this information collected from the bottom line of list some track pantograph temperature in the carriage. Here we show the train monitoring system. If we collect the information from the train, we can show the real-time train location in the map. We also can show the train X temperature. If the temperature abnormal, we can alarm to manage it. And also we can show the quality of carriage. The second, we also deploy the surveillance system in the carriage, so we can analyze the cloud level. We show the different color in the bottom line. So they are a carriage. We can show different cloud level. If this information provided to the platform on the train station, so passenger can choose the comfortable carriage they can take. The second, we enter to connect car. There are 4 scenarios for the connected car. First one is a vehicle to the network. The second, to vehicle to infrastructure. And the V2V is a vehicle to vehicle. And the V2P is a vehicle to penetration. The top 2, V2N and the V2I, we already done in the new project. This is show the V2N architecture. We joined the first national level autonomous vehicle plan in Taiwan. We verify the multi-field, which include the Taoyuan, Taichung, and the Tainan. And we verify the multi-type vehicle, which include the SUV, and the bus, and the sedan. And we collect the operation and the testing data. We can show the such as the outside image of the car, and the location, and some parameter showing the dashboard. Because small, I cannot read. The second case, we deploy the long-term operation public transportation in the New Taipei City. From the Kanding light railway station to the Marolai New Square. The distance about 900 meters. This is long-term operation. In the middle of this distance, we have a traffic light. We install the roadside unit, RSU, which can collect the traffic information, such the number of traffic volume, or penetration, or some traffic light parameter. This parameter transfer to the autonomy vehicle or the control center. They can increase the safety of the operation. The second, I will talking about the traffic big data. We have over the 11 million mobile subscriber in Taiwan. The market share is about 37%. In Taiwan, traffic information, the coverage is only about 25%. The correction sensor is a VD. We call the VD, vehicle detector. It's a coil buried underground. When the vehicle pass by, they can take some information from there. But the maintenance fee very high. So we're looking for another solution. So we take the CVP. So CVP is we can collect the information from the mobile networking and analyze this information and estimate the travel time for the traffic control center and the public. Even we can do another value edit. This is show our achievement in the road number 9 in the east coast of Taiwan. If you drive along the Yilan to the Hualien, if you approach the Tailuge National Park, you can receive how many people we estimate in that national park. So you can decide to enter this park or not. The second, we can analyze the OD data. The OD stands for the origination and the destination. So this is example in the Chaotian temple, which located in the Yunlin. So we every year they have a party held in there. So we can show the a lot of performance in the right-hand side of this chart. The performance turn to red, it means the traffic cloud. So if you want to go to there, you can choose an alternative route that can save your travel time. The last I will mention about smart city of Zhonghua Telecom. We have already developed the IOC, Intelligent Operation Center, by ourselves. There are 3 major functions. The first function is operation and the monitoring function, which is like a dashboard. The second, we can analyze the collection data and take valuable information to the manner or the both to make the decision. The last, we can support the decision, the smart government, which means we can cooperate with different departments. For example, if a traffic accident may be relative to the 2 departments, one is a policeman, another is a traffic department. They can do that. They can handle that accident according to the SOP. So we can use this IOC finish that. Here we launch in different area and different city. The Taoyuan city, Taichung city, and Kaohsiung. Hamasin is a street light, and the industry in the Hefei Industry Park. This is an example of the Taoyuan city. We provide cross-domain data analysis on the food security, fire prevention, traffic accident, and road construction. The top of the slides, we show the food manufacture analysis. In Taoyuan City, there are about 100 food manufacture factory. Only about 5 to 6 inspectors in the public sector. So how to choose, how to schedule it, to check the security of the food. We can collect parameters like the temperature, like the historic record. We can predict the high-risk factory and suggest for the public sector to take the check. The bottom of this slides, we have a road construction analysis. We can predict what time do the road construction, the complaint is low. So we provide these 2 functions for the Taoyuan city. The last example is real-time cloud analysis. Last year, New Year event party in the Taoyuan. The party will begin in the 1910. From the information, we can predict the 17 the people visit to there, and we can show the right-hand side, we can show the moving in and the moving out passenger. And so we can take this information for city government to plan the traffic control when we're stuck, the temporary parking area in where the shuttle bus, how to arrange can take the passenger in and out. So this information very valuable for the Taoyuan city government. So the last we talk about, we make a conclusion. We talk about a lot of the IoT example, and we build IoT platform. So we welcome our partner can cooperate with us. We can make the big opportunity and the business in AIoT. That's all my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Lo. I think as a broadband service provider, it is very important and a very big movement from only a pure infrastructure service provider to the application service provider via collaboration with different vertical industries and especially with the innovative entrepreneur or other innovations. Maybe we can talk about more about the exciting applications later in the panel discussion. Okay, let's move to the our fourth speakers. The fourth speaker is Ms. Joy Chen, Senior Director, Far EasTone. Ms. Chen is leading the planning and development team focusing on new technologies such as IoT, AI, and big data. With her cross-industry and cross-functional experience and solid capability in strategic planning, business development, product planning, and development, Joyce endeavors to generate value via business and technology integration. Let's welcome Joyce.
Good afternoon, all the online audience. I'm Joyce Chen from Far EasTone Telecommunications, FET. Thank you for the opportunity today. Today, I'm going to focus on how FET transform with these new technologies, especially AI and AIoT. First of all, let's have a quick glance at FET. FET is a mobile telecommunication company based in Taiwan for over 20 years. We have mobile subscribers over 7 million users, and we have over 5.5 million of enterprise customers. Our yearly revenue is close to $3 billion in US dollar, and our market value is close to $9 billion in US dollar. As a telecommunication company, we not only offer fixed line and mobile communications, we also offer digital services to our customers and also integrated solutions to government and enterprise customers. In recent years, we set a clear goal that we want to transform ourselves from telecom to telecom plus. What do we mean by telecom plus? We will leverage these new technologies, including 5G, big data, IoT, AI, security, and cloud, to create and develop more digital services and products to our consumer customers, and also well-integrated end-to-end solutions to our enterprises. So what have we done, and what's our approach on AI and AIoT? Here are 4 highlights to share. First one, we transform ourselves in IoT. We move up the value chain. Nowadays, we are not just only a teleconnection providers. We build our own platforms, and also we develop applications on our own, and also with our partners. Here is the total portfolio of our IoT offering in the market. So on network, we have NB-IoT, we have 4G, and 5G is coming. Platform level, we have SIM connection management platform, and also we delivered an IoT platform called CAT, Connect All Things, which enables all kinds of applications on top of it. And we also deliver quite some applications in the market already for city governments, for enterprise customers, and for consumers. So we move all the way from network providers to total solution provider. Second highlight, with all the IoT enabled, we start to develop AIoT solutions. With all the data and information collected, let's take energy management as an example. Now we can monitor all the energy consumption in very real time. With all the data available, we start to consider if it's possible that we can set all the parameters of machines to automatically adjust the temperature so that we can reduce the power consumption. So later on, I'm going to share with you this case. Third highlight, we are not doing AI just for the sake of AI. We would like to generate revenue and prove the existence of revenue value. Therefore, we start from our internal use cases first. Later, I'm going to show you some use cases which are focusing on our own internal demands. With all the value and concept proved, we now start to package these solutions and bring that to our customers in order to generate value and help them transform. Importantly, it's a co-creation process. We need to enhance our own capabilities, and also we leverage with our ecosystem partners' capabilities. About 2 years ago, we set up a technology center, which is called Transformation Office. Therefore, we bring all these IoT application platform and also these big data insight and AI solutions. And it's not just by our own self. We also jointly developed with some startup partners and also some industry-leading partners. Now, back to today's focus. I'm going to share with you the 5 AIoT cases today. First one is energy management. Second one is safety and security. Third one is smart street light. Fourth one is about fabric or quality control. The last one is drainage system. Let me introduce you the case one by one. First one is our internal use case. Firestone, we got several office buildings and also IDC centers. So we got very professional and experienced colleagues who manage all the investment and monitor all the energy consumption in past 10, 20 years. Last year, we come up with the idea that given that we have all the data and information available, and energy consumption reduction is our critical target for all year long, how about we build up a model to optimize energy consumption by adjusting the parameters of these machines based on environmental variables. So in summary, here are the buildings. There are a lot of machines, HVAC machines. So what we are trying to do is that we collect all the temperature and humidity data, and then we try to adjust the parameters of these machines. Later on, we train a model. We expect these machines will adjust by themselves. And our objective is to deliver the environmental comfort for IDC machines and for the people in the office space. And ultimate goal is to save the energy consumption. So what we have done is that we built, with all the data available, we collect all the data for past 1 year. And then we built an AI model. Here are 3 types of data. First type in red, which are environmental data, including the temperature, humidity, the temperature of cooling water, and also the chill water flow. Purple one is the parameters, which we can set up manually or by machine automatically. For example, the chilled water pump frequency or the chilled water temperature. Green one, importantly, is what we want to measure, including the temperature and also the power consumption. After a couple months, together with technical team and our professional people in energy management, here comes out the result. On top of this chart, you can show, here shows all the indicators of these parameters. The right-hand side is the SCADA system, which is a central controlling system. We build our machine learning models and integrate it into the SCADA system. On the top side, you can see the two charts. It's comparison. The green line shows the actual power consumption, and the black one shows the power consumption after recommendation. So here we see the positive result. And then we started to share our know-how and also our energy management solution to our customers who wish to reduce their energy consumption. Second case, AI in safety and security. This also comes from our internal demands. And we have got two cases to share here. Both are computer vision or facial recognition technology being adopted. What we want to achieve is that to enhance the operation efficiency and security for visitor control or for entrance control. So the whole system is now in operation in our office. So if there is a visitor coming, our employees will register the visitor information and a schedule in a mobile app first. So when visitor arrives at a reception, his photo will be taken, and then he will be authorized to enter into our office building automatically. So by doing so, we reduce the manpower at reception, and we increase the security. For privacy concern, all the photos will be deleted at the end of the day. Another use case is in IDC and also our lab. There needs stricter safety control in IDC and lab. Similarly, we apply the facial recognition technology in lab and IDC access right. And except for the verification, whether it's our engineers or whether it's vendors' engineers who can access at the right time, we add something more. We monitor which area they can access to. So if they access to the area they are not supposed to enter into, then there will be alarm sent to the monitoring center. Third AIoT use case is the smart street light. Last year, we won the biggest smart street light contract in Taoyuan County. On this project, we provide one, the controller hardware, secondly, the connection network, and third one is the management platform. So by mid of this year, 88,000 of street lights will be converted or be replaced to become smart, which can be remotely monitored and controlled. In this case, we also developed two interesting AI models. First one is about predictive maintenance and auto healing. On this contract, we have the obligation to offer 15 years of operation and maintenance. So how to ensure the maintenance efficiency is very critical. For example, once the controller is damaged or broken, we need to fix it right away. So it involves two kinds of costs. One is the device cost, and another one is a labor cost. So we try to build a model to predict which device might be damaged soon. Also, the damage can come from two areas. One is the network connection problem, and the other one is the device problem. So we developed these AI models to have some early detection. Because the street light sends signal through base station, through core network to our management system, so we collect all the data available, and we build an AI machine model. We predict which device might be malfunctioning soon, and then we take two actions. One is we auto reconnect to ensure the connection works properly. And if the connection doesn't come back, which means the device is already broken, and then we send workers to get it repaired or replaced. Another interesting case on smart street light is that the smart street light use a lot of powers at nighttime, and it was on all the time with the same brightness. But now we are able to control it remotely, so we consider whether we can further reduce the energy consumption. So this is an interesting experiment and still an ongoing project. We consider 3 factors. One is the brightness, which is the illumination. Second one is the traffic. Depends on the people or the car traffic on the spot. Third one, we consider the weather condition. So on sunny day or on rainy day, the brightness can be different. So by combining all these factors, we build a simulation model, and then we adjust the brightness depending on the environment status. And the goal is to save more energies. The 4th use case is in quality detection. This is also a computer vision use cases. We apply it in a textile manufacturer. We collaborate with these manufacturers in Southeast Asia as a first pilot site. And this manufacturer also belongs to Far Eastern Group. Nowadays, they use human workers to detect the fabric defect. And through this project, we collaborate with them. The objective is to reduce manpower, to stabilize quality, and to increase the productivity with the whole AIoT solutions. So first, we need to collect the data. So we set up AOI with the camera machines at the very beginning of the production line. And second step, we collect all the pictures with all the experienced workers who can help identify what kind of defect it is. So we use this to train models. And then later on, we deploy this model locally in a server machine. Combine all this together, this manufacturer site, they enabled AOI, AOIT, and all together with all the production lines afterwards to become an automatic Industry 4.0 case. The 5th case I would like to share is the drainage system. This is also a real case in Taoyuan City. And this case got Smart City Award last year. Taoyuan City plans to build a flood monitoring system for the 700 kilometers long drainage system. So along the 700 kilometers long, they set up several things. First one, they place over 143 rainfall and water monitors. And also there are some quality sensors to check out the water quality. And along the way, there are also camera sensors set up, which monitors the water level and the possible flood situation. With all the solutions combined all together, IoT and AIoT, the drainage monitoring is now well controlled. So people can get alert, can monitor the water level and water quality at very real time. So here is just some of the AIoT cases that we just shared. And of course, there are more AIoT solutions to come. And 5G is about to be launched. We are ready. And we welcome more partners to join us for co-creation and bring valuable solutions to the market. Thank you. And also, I hope everyone stays safe and stay healthy, and hope that we can meet in person sometime soon in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Within this section, I think most of the speakers, they come from our infrastructure provider, either in the city government or the mobile operators. And I think the reason why we cannot meet in person and we need to use the online program to meet our audience is that right now we are under the pandemic COVID-19. So I think we have learned lots from the reports that I think under the COVID-19, this kind of special emergency, the infrastructure has become the, I think, lifeline, the most important lifeline of our social life and our economic situation. So I think right now we are moved to the short panel discussion. So the first question I would like to raise is that As a provider of ICT infrastructure for industry and citizen, what is the challenges and opportunities in the pandemic of COVID-19? Do you have any current effort, plan, or proposal, or even achievement to share with us? I think, Alan?
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. I think as a telecom operator, the biggest challenge is ourselves, because can you imagine the one telecom company was affected by the virus, they will shut down their operation. What happened is it? Maybe the whole city will shut down and impact country operation. So first, the important thing, we should protect ourselves first. So we already implement the very strict plan to make sure all operation is stable and non-attacked by the COVID-19. The second thing is help myself and help customers then. So the customer also asks us to expand their bandwidth in this moment to help them build up their teleconference system. So most of the enterprise customers do not have such kind of experience to work at different locations to continue letting their company running again. So this is a very important moment. We would like to support them. The second thing is help them to implement the enterprise instant messaging. We have product called the M+, can easily to use and safety, easily tell the difference from the private message and the government and the business message. The third one is we should help customers to improve their mobilization capability. They have this capability to keep the continuity operation from the business operation. It's very important. So this is what I have shared my opinions.
Yeah, I think Ellen mentioned about the first point. I think is kind of a BCP, right? Is a business continuity planning. So I think every enterprise, even the government, we need the BCP, and especially the broadband service provider is the most important infrastructure, and
yes.
Need to protect yourselves and provide services continuously to the whole society.
Yeah, very important.
That's great. Okay, then I think Dr. Lo.
Yes. I think the pandemic disease prevention is the application of 81. Chunghwa Telecom have some strategy to prevention here. And also we help the government development or set up the system. The system function include we can detect the stay-home people go to the outside and send the alarm message to monitor people. We collect the base station location, signal strength, and antenna direction. So we can analyze this parameter and estimate. In order to improve the position accurately, we cooperate with the AI lab and collect the GPS location and assist predict accurately. The second, we cooperate with the wearable device company, which can detect the skin temperature and send this data to the back end. We send it to the AI predict module, which are a cooperation with the university and the hospital. They can predict the people have a fever or not in the future. The last, as I mentioned before in my talk, we can detect the cloud in the hotspot. There are maybe 100 or 1,000 hotspots, such as night market or Kendin National Park. Many people, many visitors go to there. maybe will increase the risk of the pandemic infection. So we can use the big data, predict how many people inside a hotspot area. We use the different color, a red color, yellow color, and the green color show in the app. The app we combine into the I-968. It's a highway bureau app. So maybe in the future we'll announce this app for public. So that's all my answer.
Okay, thank you, Director Lo. It reminds me that the hottest topics these 2 days, they are two different messengers from operators, right? One is the PWS, the other one is cellular phone base station base message. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, let's move to, yeah, Joyce.
Yes. Okay, so facing the challenge from COVID-19, I think it brings impact to consumers, enterprise, and also government. And of course, Firestone take actions toward for these three entities. So for consumers, they travel less. So our roaming revenue is of course reduced. However, people stay home longer, so they need more entertainment services, and also they need to work from home. So Firestone offers all these online shopping and online video service for trial or even for free for people to enjoy and to share. And also we ensure that there is sufficient coverage and bandwidth for people to work from home. For enterprise, critical thing is that given that employees need to work from home, there are four kinds of demands. First one is the network infrastructure. Second one is the web hosting. The third one is security. The fourth one is the online or telephone conferencing. So Firestone has packaged all these solutions and provide to our either big customers, enterprise customers, or small and medium business, and we receive very positive feedback. Last one is the government, similar to Chungha Telecom. So we support NCC and government with all the information and support required for quarantine program. Yeah. So that's what we have done so far. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for sharing. I think let's pull back to the main theme of the web conference 2020. If we look back to the 30 years ago, I think when the www has been invented, nobody can predict. After 30 years, web and mobile devices has become everyone's daily life. We cannot live alone without them. And right now, and in the near future, I think before the end of this year, maybe the third quarter, right? We have 5G, AI, and IoT in our everyday lives. I think according to the sharing and the presentation speech of our speakers, I'm quite happy to know that our broadband service provider has already moved to the future service provider. You collaborate with different vertical industries and make many innovations to provide the application. So I think the topic is not only limited to the infrastructure. I think discuss about the application is more excited. So that my second question is that can you share with us that what is the biggest impact for industry and the citizen once we have 5G plus AIoT infrastructure ready? What is the most exciting applications from your perspective?
At first?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, or
from my perspective.
Anyone else?
No problem.
Okay.
From my perspective, in case the AIoT and 5G ready, I think for my opinions, the most exciting application is smart home. I am a lazy person. When I work for a whole day back to home, I want to enjoy a very high quality AR, VR movie, and also have a very comfortable environment in the living room. If you, in case you don't worry about what time your refrigerator is empty, you know, in case you are watching a very high, exciting quality AR, VR movie, when your wife calls you, asks you to go outside, buy 1,000 of the egg, what happened is this. In case this IoT is ready, so you don't worry about this. of the things can fit up in your refrigerator already through the smart home application. The second thing is that you never worry about what time your car needs to maintain. Don't worry about what time the car will out of order on the road. The IoT and the application service will automatically send people to drive your car to maintain, to avoid any things of the unpredictable things here. So smart home is my exciting application in the near future I would like to see. Yes.
That's great. That is what I expected. Okay, and Director Low.
As you know, Chunghwa Telecom have spent a lot of money to win the bandwidth. We worry about what business
5G,
we can
right?
do.
5G.
Yeah, in 5G. So I'm in charge of the IoT product in my company. They are 4+2. I think the most potential, I think there are two. The first is ITS, so Intelligent Transportation System. In Taiwan, there are 9 categories in the ITS, but the business opportunity, I think we focus on 3. The first one is, as I mentioned, the railway IoT. The second one is a connected car. The third is traffic management. So most of the budget from the government. The second, I think, the most big opportunity is surveillance. So many site surveillance we interested. The biggest opportunity, I think, in the policeman department. So maybe in the 5G IoT, I will extend the currently exist ICT service to the 5G. The next, we will find a new area, new domain. For example, healthcare. We can cooperation with the smart glasses company. We can do the telemedicine in the remote site or the suburban site. We cooperation with the public health center and the hospital. They can cooperation each other to diagnose the patient in the remote site. And another new domain we needed to plan. Currently, we collection 15 items inside my company. So we negotiate and visit to our customers, and we want to try take back response. So in the Q3, maybe July in this year, we will launch the 5G. Maybe some important service, for example, virtual private network for the big enterprise, maybe the first product in here. Thank you.
Okay, thank Director Low. I think we can see many different applications. Yeah, but at the same time, I think many legal compliance is very important, including the data protection, privacy, and as you mentioned about the surveillance. I think, as I mentioned in the very beginning, that the data is the driven force. So I think we can we see data not only from the pure legal side, but we need to make the compliance usage. We see the positive usage of our data, then we can go forward to the data economy, right? So, Joyce.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. 5G impact. Similarly, it brings impact to consumer, enterprise, and also government. With the consumers, I think Ms. Liu has already shared some information. And similar here in Firestone, we are going to bring some new entertainment services to our customers, especially on VR, video, and also some cloud gaming. Okay, so for example, in the future, people can enjoy all the concert in multiple view and at home. Yeah, so I think we are just it's just under development and under creation. So we are you can expect that in the coming future. And for enterprise, I would like to emphasize 2 areas. First one is about healthcare. Recently, we just enabled a remote diagnosis solution for rural areas. It's for patients in the rural area and also for the doctors in the rural area to connect with the doctors in the big hospitals in a city region. Yep. So through the remote diagnosis, those patients or those doctors, they can detect those patients' status in real time, especially in some rural areas. The fixed network coverage is probably not sufficient. So 5G would be a good network to provide it, to fulfill this demand. And another thing is about 5G private network. Because there are a lot of leading high-tech manufacturers here in Taiwan, they are going to enable all kinds of IoT or AIoT applications. So they decide to have their own private network. So we provide not only public 5G network, but we supply from all the equipment to the operation and maintenance service to these high-tech manufacturers. Yep. To government, I think we share similar view with Chunghwa Telecom regarding the transportation or ITS. Like Taipei City, they have started to trial the autonomous bus. This is also one of the focus areas that we have been working on. And the other thing is about the transportation safety. So surveillance-wise, I think we more focus on the safety factors instead of pure monitoring. Yeah. So there will be more and more 5G solution under development, and so I think people will be able to see some exciting service pretty soon.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so due to the limited time, I think within this section of AIT, the first section of AIT Track, we have learned from our speakers from the web and pure infrastructure to the different layers, including the different applications to our social events and our enterprise industry events and even the government administration. I think we can say that all of us, the whole society is under the digital transformation journey. I think we are on the journey, and the pandemic of COVID-19 will speedy the digital transformation of our journey. So I think we would like to say that I think we are looking forward to future development and future about the different excited application and above the trusted infrastructure of our operators provided. So I think thank you again for our speakers sharing your experience and your cases to us, and thank you to our online audience to join us. Thank you again.
Quanta Computer, the world's largest laptop manufacturer, began a remarkable 10-year, $45 million collaboration with CSAIL. The goal was to invent the computing technologies of the future, when Quanta's customers would demand human-friendly computing. Prototypes were built in the areas of connectivity, mobile devices, applications, automation, and natural human-computer interaction. By 2010, it had become clear to Chairman Lam and the CSAIL scientists that while devices were important to mobile computing, the real work needed to be done in the cloud. The project's name was changed from Tea Party to Cumulus. Project Cumulus was structured around 4 areas, the first of which was the cloud's infrastructure.
This thing, which is cloud computing, is changing the way that computing fundamentally works. And in this new picture, we have to revisit the designs of all of the sort of underpinnings of modern computer systems.
The second Cumulus research area was natural interaction. Projects included natural language processing, low-power speech recognition hardware, and spoken language computer interaction.
Language is so natural for people. It's very expressive and powerful. It's part of what makes us human. And speech is the most convenient form for us to express language. So I think it's important to develop the underlying technologies that will let people just speak to all these computers in different places in our lives.
41 science fiction movies about aliens since 2007.
Which was highly rated?
8 of them were with the rating higher than 7.
Show me the movie with the song Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
The Wizard of Oz was an adventure and family movie released in 1939. It had the song Over the Rainbow.
The final project in the natural interaction area was the development of 3D video technology that doesn't require the viewer to wear special glasses.
The challenge that we have set out to solve was to develop the next generation immersive video experience. This is exciting because in the near future, everybody will have this type of technology.
Cumulus has also focused on 2 application areas that can benefit from the power of cloud computing: healthcare and education. Research in these areas was driven by Quanta's determination to develop applications not only for profit, but also for the common good. In the education area, there were several projects, each designed to leverage the power of the cloud to improve education's quality and accessibility. 2 examples were Pentimento, a tool to help teachers create online content, and Wait Learning, which adds learning to the small downtime spaces that punctuate everyone's day. In the area of healthcare, the first project was the application of machine learning and other advanced analytic techniques to big data to help solve medical problems.
The world of medicine should be data-driven, but it isn't. So what we've been doing is we go out and we talk to clinicians and we try and identify an area where there's a problem and where there's data that could be analyzed in such a way to help solve the problem. So at the top level, what we're interested in is constructing automated tools that can look at data sets, extract from that data information that is actionable.
Video magnification really has 2 components. There's motion and there's color. And so the color magnification has lots of applications in terms of watching people's pulse. And so somehow this processing we're doing with color was actually amplifying motions. And that led us to develop this motion microscope to not only understand that, but now take advantage of that effect and create an algorithm that can take small motions and re-render them larger.
As the partnership between CSAIL and Quanta Computer reaches its 10-year mark, the question is, what has each party received from the collaboration? The CSAIL researchers have been empowered to invent technologies that will change the world. And what has Quanta received from the collaboration?
In this partnership, we have developed many new technologies, and some of them may seem far-fetched and futuristic today. But in time, I believe they will become commonplace and will affect Quanta's bottom line. It is then, and only then, will the full impact of this partnership be felt.
老公，明天记得缴光纤网路费跟手机账单哦。
老婆，可以改办台湾大哥大汇流专案吗？不止光纤上网、手机上网、网内通话，通通吃到饱，而且还有 HD 高画质频道可以看哦。
这样子要花多少钱啊？
每月799，一份账单一次搞定，省时省力又省钱。
区域限定优惠，快搜寻台湾大哥大汇流专案。
台湾大哥大云端总机。传统的总机是一台实体设备，公司需同时采购交换机与固定式桌机，才会有公司问候语、内线免费、电话转接等功能。随着行动办公室的来临，新一代的云端总机将传统总机的功能架设在云端，并支援跨平台装置， 分碟免交换机，且分机互拨免费，大大节省了硬体建制、维修等费用，更增加了许多便利的功能。
是协理，有什么需要帮忙的吗
？Siri， 6间请假，帮我看他桌上是否有一份用好的合约。
好的，我看一下。有的，合约在桌上。
好，麻烦请图片给我，寄出后跟我说一下。
好的。喂，协理，合约寄给您喽，您收一下。
3机同时响铃，来电不漏接，通话无感移转，免行动通话费。
请问协理进来了吗
？Hello， 我在。
好，那我们就开始今天的业务销售会议。首先，我们先来看一看这个月的电子。
OK， 好，那我这边没问题。今天会议到此结束，谢谢大家。
UC 会议室一直召开视讯会议，电脑桌面共享，开会效率大提升。有了台湾大云端总机，可省下实体交换机的费用，员工或办公室更动都不需重新设定，运作更自由。多元的接话方式，不漏失任何重要来电，沟通更有效率。不需维修，更便宜的通话费，让你大大节省成本。快搜寻台湾大云端总机。
OK Google， 我想听爵士乐。
透过 My Music 播放爵士乐。
OK Google， 帮我设一个6分钟的水煮蛋计时器。
好，计时器水煮蛋，时间长度为6分钟。
OK Google， 开始扫地。
没问题，正在启动扫地机器人。
不会哦。
用真行。我们重逢，请你跟我分享你的败仗，你的胜仗，怎么摔伤，又怎么爬起后变得更强。当年的信念没忘却过账，我们绽放，像灿烂烟火，把看没有的叫嚣声当节奏。Round and round, now we run this world， 我们上前走。
较早唔捌想过啦，科技今麦进步到这，打开手机就可以知道要浇多少水，要下多少肥料，拢搞剩便便。中华电信不但帮我们省钱省力，降低风险，更能够增加生产量。
中华电信已经跟全球主要物联网电信业者结盟，它可以方便我们追踪销售到国外的商品，更方便我们跨国管理，还帮我们节省了可观的跨国资料传输漫游费用。
有了中华电信啊，透过网络，我们现在就可以进行远距离的健康咨询，更有效的帮助我们掌握每个人的健康状况。
你好，欢迎光临，请问要喝什么吗？
真奶微糖士林。
现在来买东西，不管是悠游卡、一卡通、信用卡，还有手机，中华电信通通帮我们整合在一起，只要一台机器就能搞定。
中华电信不只是电信公司，更用创新科技创造更进步便利的明天，给生活充满智慧的改变。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
较早唔捌受过啦，科技今麦进步到这，打开手机就可以知道要浇多少水，要下多少肥料，拢搞剩便便。中华电信不但帮我们省钱省力，降低风险，更能够增加生产量。
中华电信已经跟全球主要物联网电信业者结盟，它可以方便我们追踪销售到国外的商品，更方便我们跨国管理，还帮我们节省了可观的跨国资料传输漫游费用。
有了中华电信啊，透过网络，我们现在就可以进行远距离的健康咨询，更有效的帮助我们掌握每个人的健康状况。
你好，欢迎光临，请问要喝什么吗？
真奶微糖去冰。
现在来买东西，不管是悠游卡、一卡通、信用卡，还有手机，中华电信通通帮我们整合在一起，只要一台机器就能搞定。
中华电信不只是电信公司，更用创新科技创造更进步便利的明天，给生活充满智慧的改变。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
We live in a constantly changing world. As our cities and towns expand, and the old is torn down to make room for the new, it can sometimes be hard to recognize even our own hometowns. Microsoft Maps and Geospatial can help us recognize and navigate these ever-evolving structural landscapes using the latest in mapping technology. Our maps begin in the air with the capture of aerial and bird's-eye imagery. From this rich photographic data, we extract maps features, such as building footprints, using the latest in computer vision technology. This data also powers the development of our indoor mapping and pathfinding solutions. But we're not stopping there. We're developing the tech and infrastructure to create fully textured 3D models of the world that will enable enterprise users in industries like construction and real estate evaluate work sites on a true 3D device. And the ability to visualize areas in 3D can also help governments and first responders react more effectively when disaster strikes. The world is changing at incredible speeds. Microsoft Maps and Geospatial can help you keep pace. We live in a constantly changing world. As our cities and towns expand, and the old is torn down to make room for the new, it can sometimes be hard to recognize even our own hometowns. Microsoft Maps and Geospatial can help us recognize and navigate these ever-evolving structural landscapes using the latest in mapping technology. Our maps begin in the air with the capture of aerial and bird's-eye imagery. From this rich photographic data, we extract maps features, such as building footprints, using the latest in computer vision technology. This data also powers the development of our indoor mapping and pathfinding solutions. But we're not stopping there. We're developing the tech and infrastructure to create fully textured 3D models of the world that will enable enterprise users in industries like construction and real estate evaluate work sites on a true 3D device. And the ability to visualize areas in 3D can also help governments and first responders react more effectively when disaster strikes. The world is changing at incredible speeds. Microsoft Maps and Geospatial can help you keep pace.
Searching for your best digital transformation partner? With a solid foundation in telecommunication, FET Business is your top selected partner. We've assisted many enterprises to accomplish digital transformation and established the first NB-IoT ecosystem in Taiwan, joined by hundreds of business partners. Working with the government, we are building smart cities through advanced technologies. With our achievements, FET Business looks forward to working with you. Providing customized ICT services for enterprises is the mission of FET Business. We help enterprises to overcome challenges and strengthen competitiveness with digital transformation. Our cloud solutions minimize IT maintenance and physical storage. Our big data analytics solutions help your enterprise to extract meaningful analysis. IoT applications optimize business performance and operational efficiency. Our professional analysis and 24/7 security services provide the best protection for your business operations. Every little detail matters to us. Now, let's hear what our corporate clients say.
非常感谢远传在这个部分提供了所谓 ASR， 就是语音辨识系统，电脑自动语音，它就会去辨识它的上车地点，直接就透过 IVR 的部分来派车。我想这样节省了很多人力的耗费，还有时间的浪费。合作的系统伙伴必须要在系统的涵盖率跟稳定度非常重要的考量因素。台湾大队跟远传合作呢，一路过来，这2件事是值得被肯定的。所以这10几年来，我们几乎没有换过系统公司。那这里可以看到，其实远传长期以来提供给我们的是一种信赖，一种值得信任，还有就是它全方位的服务。我想这件事情是值得被嘉许的部分。面对到未来的挑战，我相信对计程车产业来讲是一个非常严峻的考验。不管在云端啊、AI 啊，或者大数据啦、AIoT 这些等等的这些新的技术，台湾大特也希望能够跟远传携手合作，能够共创双赢。
FET Business offers 5 main services to assist enterprises with digital transformation, mobility and ICT solution, security service, cloud service, IoT, big data, and AI. FET Business's qualified services have earned not only clients' trust, media's support, but also business partners' recognition. We have also earned countless certifications and awards. Still looking for a trusted and qualified digital transformation partner to boost your business competitiveness? Look no further. FET Business is your best choice.
It's the spirit of Amazon, which is always, it's day one at Amazon. Day one is a state of mind.
Amazon starts from the customer. So whatever we're building, we are building something to solve a hard customer problem or delightful feature for the customer.
We are building something that is not there. We have to invent. And, this is a wonderful opportunity to push the envelope and to advance the state of the art, which is what scientists are all about.
离家工作这几年，一直在家人与工作机会间两难，但回家的路总那么遥远。
智慧未来，拥抱美好生活。
爱尔达电视强档推荐，爱尔达综合台，庆余年，绝症青年穿越古代遇上真爱，长安12时辰，大唐反恐任务，24小时救长安。爱尔达影剧台，空中急诊英雄，抢救生命，刻不容缓。第2、第3季热血不间断。爱尔达体育台，超强赛事一应俱全，东京奥运敬请期待。更多精彩内容，请锁定爱尔达电视。
Good afternoon, our online audience and everyone. Welcome to come back to the the AIoT track of the Web Conference 2020. We are now in Taipei, and thank you for joining us from the Zoom or the YouTube. Okay, so now we are going to the second section of the AIoT track. In the first track, we are focusing on the the infrastructure, including the web and the infrastructure from city government and the mobile operators' point of view. And right now, we are going to the second part of the AIoT track. The same, we have 4 distinguished speakers from Taiwan and other side. First, I would like to introduce the first speaker is the Ted Zhang, CTO, Quanta Computer Inc. Say hello to our audience.
Hi,
and say a few words.
This is Ted Zhang from the Quanta Computer. It's my great honor and special privilege to be here to speak something about what we are going to do with AIoT and telemedicine. Okay.
Yeah, okay. And the second speaker is Todd Lin, CTO, Aegis Technology Inc.
My name is Todd. So today I'm going to share some of the user interface stuff to everybody.
Okay. There are 2 more speakers. They are online right now. Later, I will introduce them to you. So the second part of our AIoT track, we will focusing on the main theme concerning about the AI and the computer vision in the new web era. Because of the background of our distinguished speakers, I think they will provide their insights and share their experience and their project and their company's business to all of you. So the first speaker, I would like to introduce Ted Zhang, the CTO, Quanta Computer Inc., and his topic is AIoT for future medicine. Dr. Ted Zhang is the Chief Technology Officer, CTO, Vice President, and General Manager of Quanta Computer, known as the world's biggest ODM and laptop computer maker. Along with his role as CTO, he oversees corporate technology strategy and global research partnership. Dr. Zhang is research interested right now focuses on human-centric innovation for smarter lifestyle through AIoT that integrate IoT, cloud computing, big data analysis, and machine learning. He is dedicated to create a sustainable model so that great ideas in research lab can turn into great social impacts through product and business innovation. So let's welcome Dr. Zhang.
Thank you, Nicole. It's really my great pleasure to be here. And so my topic is very simple. I simply try to let people understand what we are doing from ICT industry. So my topic is simply AIoT for future medicine. So AIoT stands for the platform or technology that we are building, and also the future medicine is the application domain. So before I started with everything, I would like to introduce our company to you. It's not a so famous company to you all, but we are making, many things that people might get used to use every day. And so this is an interview from the BBC, and basically they announced to the public that Quanta is the biggest laptop maker on this planet. But basically, we are not just making laptop, we are making many things, more than just laptop. And so when I joined Quanta in year 2000, and I received the first idea, the first drawing from Steve Jobs, passed by our founder chairman. He said, what is this? Because, Quanta Computer is a computer company, so this should be a computer. And later we turned it into an iMac. And a few years later, we received another request from Google that they are going to have a new operating system called Chrome. They need a laptop optimized for Chrome OS, and we make something happen again. And in about 15 years ago, then Professor Negroponte, founder of Media Lab, MIT, he came to us said that we need to support the education of the third world. We need a very low-cost laptop to support the education, and we need new technology as innovations. We need 100 laptop projects, and so we make something happen. It later called One Laptop Per Child project. And so after we make the announcement, within 6 months, we kick off the first prototype. We ship it to Africa. And so that's something that we do every day. We are not just receive the, the detailed order or the design from our partners. We actually design with them and collaborate with them to make something happen, to solve the real problems. And of course, later, that very famous Apple, they want to make a very beautiful watch, integrated all kinds of sensors and actuators and a very small device. We make it happen again. And in year 2006 or so, we actually worked with MIT on their first autonomous car for the DARPA Grand Challenge. And we put a server on this car. And at the time, it's a braid server, so we have 10 braids. Each braid has 2 cores. So actually, on this, the autonomous car, it equipped 40 cores on the same, platforms. And so that's a reason why we enter into the autonomous car or, the market. And of course, people need not just on the client devices, they need more server. They need to provide, computing as a service. So Quanta is also the biggest server providers for the cloud service provider globally. Companies like Google, Amazon, Facebook, they all have our Quanta server. And of course, we also make software, not just hardware. So Quanta is simply the company making ideas happen. And you can see that it's a company founded back in the year 1988, and every 10 years, we have a vision for the future. So you can see that Quanta is #1 on the laptop manufacturing, and also on the server for the cloud computing, and also providing, huge amount of GPU server to power up the AI. And also that, people are talking about 5G, and the major impact of 5G is about how to cloudify the central office into a new cloud for communications. So basically, since Quanta is the #1 in cloud computing, we also move into the 5G very smoothly. So this is how we transform ourselves for the past 32 years. So basically, we view us as a new startups because every year, every 5 years, we have new technologies. And that kind of technology needs new paradigm shifts, and we need innovation in the order to survive in the market. So we are just like a 32 years old startup, and we are lucky to survive, currently. And so it's also a Fortune 500 companies, and we do all the R&D in Taiwan. We have actually over 6,000 R&D engineers in Taiwan. We do the manufacturing in China. We do global supply chain management. So basically, Taiwan's new supercomputer site, Taiwania 2, for example, is all the architect and also design and also provided by Quanta Computer. It is the world's #20th most powerful supercomputer. And of course, you can see that in addition to the traditional computer and servers, we also try to make more the medical sensors. And to support different kind of telemedicine, we also provide full solutions for smart ward and smart hospital. And we also provide AI together with some big data analytics to support precision medicine. So we simply the company making tools for AI, and we are looking forward to collaborate with all kind of partners globally. And so because our innovations in the past we are recognized by the WAN as the top 100 global innovators for 2 years. And we have very long-term research relationship with MIT since year 2004. The first project is called Tea Party, because we try to throw the traditional desktop to the Boston Harbor and create another technology revolution. So we call it Tea Party. And later we choose Cumulus because we move our research projects into the cloud computing. And last year we just initiated another new projects with very focus on computational healthcare. So we try to integrate everything what we do before with more focus on the medicine and also healthcare. So you can see that Quanta as a company provides innovation, design, manufacturing as a service, not only manufacturing, just manufacturing. We have our own research, we have our own design teams. We simply try to solve the real world problem with our partners, and that's Quanta. And so the problems that we try to solve today is that we try to make the future medicine or medical care or healthcare even more smarter based on the AI technology. And I will explain something that we are doing right now. But when we receive this assignment, the most important thing for us is that we have to understand the patient. Is not to understand what we have right now. We have to understand what are the real world problems. So 2 years ago, the most the important and famous patient passed away in year 2018, and he left a chair. And if you take a deep look of the chair, you can understand how our engineers are working every day, and because we're working every day to solve some problems. For example, sleepwalking, when he cannot walk, we have to design the autonomous car for him. And also that when he cannot speak, then we need a voice synthesizer for that. He can use his 3 fingers to control the car. That is one thing. But later on, he can only has 1 finger to control the car. That is another thing. And later, he is very difficult to even move his finger. Then the problems happens. What can he control? Or keep publishing what's inside his mind to the public is another issue. So you can see that maybe starting from 10 years ago, there is a small sensors underneath his glass. It detects the motions of the muscles, on his face. When he tried to do double click, he simply move the muscles. But as times go by, he cannot even move the muscle. And then people try to think about eyeball tracking. People think about mind control. But this kind of technology is too complicated for a genius like Stephen Hawking, because their minds is always jumping. And so people think about how to use big data analytics, taking all his old publishment and analyze it and come up with a smart input. And that's something that you can see how the technology evolved to help people. And these are all the technology that we need today, not only for the health people or only for the young, but it's a technology for our own future. For the when we are getting old, we all need this because we are unable to do something. Then we need technology. So we try to make sense of the technology we are building. And I'm sorry that I might switch the so you can see the whole environment here, and I'll skip these slides. So right now, what's the global health issues and what are the big issues that we can help to resolve based on the technology? The first one is on the growth of the aging populations, and that's the huge issues not for now and also for the future. And second thing is that you can see that because of the urbanizations, and the young people will get used to work in the big city. But you know, the elders, they prefer to stay in the rural areas. So it creates separations. So the elders need some, you know, medical care, the mental cares, but their children are in the hospital, has to work in the city areas. And so such separations will create a huge needs under telemedicine and also remote health care. Second thing is about globalizations. It's not talking about supply chain globalization. It's talking about, you know, just like disease like, you know, the COVID-19 is spread all over the world. And you need a different kind of technology to track, you know, the spread and distribution of the virus. And that's another issue. So one of the things that we are trying to do is that we try to make sure that, you know, when a patient, they stay at home, because, you know, once, you know, the elders grow to the, you know, there are too many, you know, elders in the world, there is not enough, you know, the wards or the hospital to host them. Then they have to, you know, stay in the home. That's called aging in place. So you have to connect the caregiver, the hospital, and also their social, you know, their family all together by technology. So you can see that if we want to do more, you know, the future medicine based on the 4P, the prediction, prevention, precision, or personalizations, basically you need a spatial wearable or IoT to take the data out of, you know, the human body, and then you have to store in the cloud computing, and then you can do machine learning, and then you can, you know, provide algorithm as a service. So for us, device, big data, cloud, and also the algorithm is the 4 most important strategy for Quanta right now for the future. So if we want to put, you know, the AI medicine in the place you live, then you have to consider a different kind of paradigms, which is that every people stay at home, they only client devices. And then it suitable, you know, connectivity to bring the data to the hospital or to the caregivers. And then you have to connect all the professional caregivers together with the family and also your friends all together to form, to complete the circle of care around a person. And so that's, you know, exactly what we are trying to do. And also that's a system we are trying to build. And also you can see that big data will be involved in this kind of scenario. And because once you have the big data, and then, you know, you have to consider to, you know, extract label the data, train the data into, with AI. And then you have to consider to use VR and AR to present the results to the patient directly. And sometimes you need edge computing to do AI computing at the edge as well. So this is systems that we are building, and we are launching the system globally. And this year, this August, we're gonna launch a full scale of telemedicine among hospital and from hospital to the home directly in Yunlin, Taiwan, together with a National Taiwan University Hospital and other 10 hospitals. And we also install our, you know, systems in Utrecht, in Netherlands, and also in Canada and other places to support the elderly care. And so you can see that we try to enable the AI medicine and the traditional hospital to help them to transform. Traditional hospital are very patient-centric. So basically, when a patient go to the hospital, they use medical devices to measure it and put the data in the HIS. And then you know, doctors, based on the data, they do diagnosis, they come up with the treatments. But in the future, when you have more and more IOMT, they create huge amount of data that your HIS cannot, you know, accommodate. You need a separate cloud to do that. And once you have the cloud, then that will be something very doctor-centric, which means that you can label the data, doing different kind of modeling, doing different kind of training. You can create a new inferencing model through machine learning to help the, help the patients through the AI. And so this is the platform that we are building, and we are actually trying to incorporate with human intelligence as well to make sure that both AI and also the human intelligence can work on the same time. So we are building another cloud. So this cloud needs the big data, and we need the special administration in the hospital called IRB, and we build up a pipeline from training, from labeling, and also developing the validation, and also come up with an inferencing model, and through the OTA, and you deploy the inferencing model to the end devices or medical sensors. And we keep every data in the loop, so we can do continuous optimizations of the full AI pipeline, from inferencing model generations to the real real world of service or point of cares. And so that's exactly what we are trying to build now. And so you can see that we try to define a human-centric applications, collect the data, and do the machine training and do the deep learning. And so basically, it's an integration of AI together with IoT, so we call it AIoT. But more than that, we try to develop different kind of algorithm to replace the sensors, the hardwares. On the left, actually, it's a video, taken by traditional, very cheap webcam. You can see nothing there, but on the right side, you can see something different by algorithm. If you magnify the small motions of the baby, you actually don't really need a sensors to detect the heart rhythm or the heartbeat. You can visualize everything, and that's the power of real-time algorithm. Another thing is that for pregnant ladies, and if they want to magnify to see how their baby move inside their body, then that's something that we can do. And such technologies that require very efficient and creative algorithm, and also you need a very special. With this kind of algorithm, you actually can make sure you can enhance the hardware's performance, without adding more cost. And so that's another directions that we are doing. We are doing a lot of such applications to support the patients. Basically, we try to create a technology not to interfere, people's ordinary life, but we still can, detect, their healthcare condition, their vital sign through this kind of technology. So I think the best way to predict the future is simply to invent it. So people said that, Einstein had two brains, the left brain and the right brains. But some people always said that the brain has nothing right left, the left brain has nothing right. And if we, the left brain is very close to the logic and technology, another brain is very humanity. And so if we bring over a brain, we cut it into two pieces and we separated it, you can see that's exactly the technology we try to enable in the order to support the human, the smart medicine of the future. So basically, we are looking forward to work with, researchers and also customer globally to enable more useful technology and to support the people for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. I think according to your presentation, I think we can clearly see the path. I mean, the migration path of a quantum computer. Yeah, and I think and you have already choose the medical hair healthcare as one of the most important direction of the future direction. So I think it is quite clear that it's kind of the digital transformation, and we can say that is kind of a paradigm shift. I'm quite interested in that you have integrate different services and use AI and other machine learning, other IT technology, and combine with multiple stakeholders within the whole new business model. There are so many different stakeholders inside, including the doctors, patients, and other service providers. So I think I think the problem is not only limited to the technology. It's I think the business model and how to deal with the different stakeholders will be the most important issue. Maybe you can share with us some about your thoughts later. Later. Yes. Right now we have to move to the second speaker. Our second speaker is Todd Lin from GIS. Sorry, let me find your, Ted Lin, CTO, Aegis Technology Inc., and Todd Lin. And his topic is contactless user interface. The Todd's background is the electronics, right? So I think you will make a sharing with us about your company and your technology and your goal and your thoughts. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Aegis is one of the leading fingerprint sensor provider around the world. Major customer, major brand of handset. Because we are a sensor company, so we commit ourselves to make sensors smarter. It probably different with all the speakers today. People talking about 5G, talking about collect data to the cloud. We work different direction. We want to minimize data, moving toward cloud. We want sensor make more decision locally instead of rely on somebody in far away cloud data center making decision, doing analysis. That probably can do something sensor cannot do, but I believe sensor can do a lot that today done by server and data center. So this talking about the 我的 slide 应该已经跳掉。So let me continue with this. Is due to the coronavirus, people probably change their social conduct from now on. So several slides disappear. Okay, so taking opportunity of this technical barrier, I would like to talk about, because coronavirus stay on variety of service that we will touch or contact every day, they can stay on plastic or stainless for 2 or 3 days. So either we find a magic glove with antivirus killing ability, or we try to change the way we interact with all kinds of machine or all kinds of people transaction behavior in contactless way. So just name a few of that. We have daily operation, like we go to office, we need to touch the elevator button. We buy something, we need to pay by coin, pay by bill. Still several slides disappear. That's fine. And because virus stay on variety of service for hours or days, so we find several ways can be change our user interface. So today I would like to discuss several different approaches that we might consider. One way of that is change from cash transaction to mobile payment. Aegis is one of the board members standing on the International Standard Organization FIDO. So we define the standard for personal identification or authentication. That becomes foundation of mobile payment. So people can pay from device to card reader, or people can pay peer-to-peer simply with interchange by, my slide come back. Okay. For this slide, you can see coronavirus can stay on several different interfaces, several hours, or even days. And I would like to raise your condition is it stay on a paper cardboard for 24 hours. And it stay on plastic and stainless 2 or 3 days, which means you push elevator button in the morning, the virus stay there until you go home. So we need to find solution for this. So either you clean the button several hours, or you find a magic glove that can kill virus in case you touch something dirty, or we don't touch the thing that we used to touch. So, still several slides disappear. And this just example for the elevator that I mentioned. So elevator, we try to find another way to control elevator. So one of my colleagues thinking about show your finger, say go to 2nd floor. But the problem come to if you want to go to 22 floor, you don't have that many fingerprint. You don't have that many fingers. So we figure out a voice speech probably a better way to tell elevator that I want to go floor 22 instead of showing many fingers several times and make machine count. The other, if we can make that happen, we probably can improve one of the trouble that senior citizen may have. My mother, every time come to my home, complain she don't know how to turn on TV because too many remote controllers sit on my living room. Some of them are TV, some of them are cable TV, some of them are set-top box, some of them are Blu-ray player. And she never can understand which HDMI source connect to which box. And she can remember which channel she like to watch. She can remember which channel means HBO, which channel means Discovery. So if we can let machine understand our nature language, we probably can change majority of compliance that we touch today. So luckily, with all the effort we put in on artificial intelligence, right now we can use only 80 megabytes offline without any internet connection, can understand what people are saying. So with many IC today, we can accommodate 80 megabytes. So in case that happen, we probably can let TV listen what we want to see, which program we want to see, instead of finding many remote controllers. That is one thing that we might consider to change. Second thing is, if we let appliance can listen what we are talking about, it raises privacy concern. You don't want your washing machine or your air conditioner listen what you say all day long. Especially TV, people probably spend a lot of time in the living room or bedroom. So think about smart speaker today, Echo, sitting there. either in living room or in bedroom, and you talk a lot of privacy stuff with your spouse, and you don't want Amazon record all that in cloud, then simply analyze it. What coffee you want to buy, or let's detect the keyword that you speak to. It seems that my slide come back. Okay, maybe you want to put that slide onto main screen. Okay, I'm really excited with this amount of small memory footprint that we can make machine understand our speaking. So this slide talking about one day we probably can get rid of all this remote controller. So with very few memory footprint, we can let machine understand. So this is the scenario we like to have someday. You simply tell your TV what program you want to see instead of finding a lot of remote. That probably can solve a lot of senior citizens. Or when there's a guest come to your home, kids probably have problem to find the favorite TV program they would like to see. Then come down to the problem is, if you want machine understand what you are saying, but you don't want machine to recall everything you say, there's a major keyword need to be in place. Something like Alexa, OK Google, Hey Siri, or simply touch. So the machine start to listen and listen nothing before you give that keyword, before you touch. Why people want to touch? Today we are talking about not to touch, right? So let's leave that option aside. If we don't touch, how to make machine understand he need to pay attention to what we are saying next. A keyword come in place. So how to detect a keyword during your continuous conversation is, if you do it today by digital, you need to periodically pull in what you are saying. If you do it too frequently, it consumes a lot of power. It's impractical for small battery power device like earbuds. But if you put it too infrequently, you miss the lead sound. So instead of listen, OK Google, you hear K Google, or even you hear Google. So it may lead to false alarm or false action. It will create a very bad user experience. Since EGC is a sensor company, so we want to solve that problem. We want to use analog AI technology to make machine listen keyword in unbelievable low power. So, and only the keyword, nothing else. We don't remember that keyword. We only raise our hand, trigger interrupt when we listen the keyword to let the system start to pay attention. So this is one way of opportunity from our point of view. When this coronavirus hit the worldwide, it probably changed people's social pattern from now on. Even we get killed, people probably want to keep distance forever. And just share with you, when we're doing this contactless research, actually we discovered people perceive the world in majority way by vision, 83%. That means when you lose your eyesight, it creates a huge problem. The second largest is the hearing. So then it is pretty surprised that smell even 4 times bigger than touch. But we touch keyboard, we touch our mobile handset every day. So that only sum up for 1%, like we eat something by tasting. So with this discovery, you probably want to develop contactless user interface by vision, not only by hearing. So this is my favorite movie scene from the Iron Man in Revenge. This user interface is pretty fascinating. It's a sci-fi movie often lead the direction of technology development. We want to make that happen someday. So in this use case, you can see the Iron Man use his hand. So there must be some sort of sensor understand the position of his finger and also know the 3D position of his finger. Therefore, the display device know where to project the information he designed. And this creates a lot of business opportunity for AIoT. This can be done by 60 gigahertz radar. With a tiny radar smaller than a coin, you can distinguish a fine movement of your finger, like you are turning a button, you are sliding a bar, or you click a button, or you flip something. That is a high power, long range sensor. No need to nearby you. But on the contrary, you can implement this concept by ultrasonic. That probably can do it 5 meters away from you, still achieve 1 millimeter accuracy. With radar, probably can 15 meters away achieve 0.3 millimeter accuracy. If this can be deployed massively, cost-effectively, it will change people's user interface a lot. Also, Microsoft kidnaps invent the use your human body as joystick instead of like a Sony PlayStation. You need to have a joystick to play game. You can use your body as the joystick. Actually, a lot of surveillance camera on the street use that remote face resolution to identify who you are. Probably is pretty difficult. But use your body skeleton motion to identify who you are is much easier. Every people walking, sitting, moving in a distinguished way, nobody are identical. So with this, the police probably can catch the thief or robber by the way he move on the street instead, because the thief usually wear helmet, mask. So when somebody wants to do crime, he won't let you see his face or her face, right? But he cannot change the way he moves by his skeleton suddenly. So this is also very interesting user interface from our point of view. The other is truck driver, bus driver driving several hours a day. So more and more pressure from legal point of view is want to force that kind of long-term driving vehicle install an interior driver monitor system. The good thing is that kind of vehicle often changes driver from time to time, so it can adjust seat, mirror, temperature, music with that driver's favor. In the other hand, when the driver gets tired, smoking, talking to the phone, this system can alert and recall. So in case of accident happen, you can trace what happened that time. This creates another business opportunity for AIoT, because with that hourly monitor, you don't want to have a light source projection on his light, burning his eye, especially if you use IR. With hours of integration, even the very weak energy can create damage. So just as a summary today is Aegis commit in develop analog AI instead of digital AI. We want to move the decision power from remote data center to local as much as we can. And this moving create a much smaller multiplier accumulator, which is mature process friendly. And we discover analog achieve more than 8-bit accuracy, which is good enough for AI inference. It's not good enough for training. People training by 32, 64-bit floating point. Therefore, we can create smart microphone. It can always on, watching the keyword in unbelievable low power. We can create smart camera. We can identify who it is. We can put this smart camera on the car to alert you there's a children jumping up, there's a balloon, there's a deer jumping up from the roadside. And also, as I mentioned, the smart gesture can, even you wear glove, you still can move on your smartwatch, you can still touch things or command something by body movement in very close way or by finger in very fine way. So this is my last slide, and I think we already can do this already. Just all the vision come from the VR helmet. Someday when holograph become mature, we probably can see this without helmet. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Todd. What a wonderful hologram word, right? As a sensor company, I think Aegis use the advanced technology, and I think the key word I got is the contactless and distancing. I think these the keywords will be most popular application for the time being. I think in the future maybe it will become the new normal, I think. Yes, and as the application is very broad, am I right? I think, am I right? Yeah, and I think maybe it will, I mean, related to different kind of smart devices and other different layers application about ICT. So I think it must be something about the standard. So maybe we can discuss the later. Right now we are moving to the third speakers, and I think our third speaker is online, right? The third speaker is Nikola Trivanovic. He is the software expert from Microsoft, and his topic is building extraction from aerial imagery. So let's welcome Nikola.
Hello everyone, my name is Nikola Trifunovic and I'm software engineer in Microsoft working in Maps organization. And this is the project I'm currently working on. It's building extraction from aerial imagery. And it's just one of the computer vision projects we are working on in my organization because we think this is one of the feasible ways in order to stay up to date with the worldwide huge amount of data, maps data that is changing every day. So in this presentation, I'll show our project overview, walk you through some technical details and infrastructure we use for this project, show you some results, some challenges we had, problems, and how we are solving them at the moment. On this slide, you can see the basic overview of our extraction algorithm. It's a simple two-stage process. The first stage is semantic segmentation, or in other words, the process of predicting for each pixel in the input image whether it's a building or not. And it is a single responsibility of a single deep neural network. And the stage 2 we call polygonization. It's the stage when these predicted pixel blocks convert into the polygons, which are later used by various maps components. And as you can see here, we just do prediction on 3-channel imagery, with RGB colors. Since recently, imagery with additional channels are available, which are very helpful for this scenario, like IR or infrared, or even better LiDAR. But usually the coverage of this imagery is still not that good. So whenever if you still plan to do the extraction on wide areas, RGB channel imagery is way to go. So let's dive a little bit with technical details regarding semantic segmentation. Here you can see some of the DNNs we used, and at the moment we are settled with EfficientNet with UNet upsampling layers. Basically what we do here, basically we reuse the DNNs architectures which are produced by research community. Previously we used to tweak these networks to tweak the layers so the networks work better for this specific domain. And we obtain some minor improvements, but as time goes by, research produces much better models. So we decided that it's much better investment for our side on infrastructure. So we built an infrastructure around training so that we can easily plug and play any new networks that becomes available. And of course, build infrastructure regarding training. And these networks are trained like you provide them the imagery and corresponding labeling mask. Basically, you're saying to the network, it's supervised learning, you're saying to the network, okay, on this kind of imagery, I want you to detect these kind of pixels. And the detail here is that we use images of resolution around 30 centimeters per pixel. Even in those areas where we don't have the imagery of such resolution, in that cases we extrapolate to this because we want our neural network to work with consistent building sizes. As I mentioned, how the training is trained, it's trained with labeled regions, and usually what you obtain is labeled buildings. So whenever you deal with the label set, you need to make sure that the labeling is done, that you have the regions that are fully labeled. So you cannot work with data sets which just have sporadic labels. So for every region you're working on, all the labels inside it needs to be labeled. And usually the labeling sets come with this area of interest. But if that's not the case, then you need to figure out some concave Hall algorithm to a little bit manually tweak it so you know these areas where you can sample from. And how do we sample? We put big attention to diversity. So we need to have a specific ratio from urban areas, rural areas, and also different landscape, forestry, hills, sunny fields, and others. And usually these labels only come in some residential areas, and when you apply the model, that usually can be applied in various areas, forests, glacials, and everything else. So that's why, in addition, we add these true negative samples. Basically, we take some regions where we know the wasteland is, and we just assume that there are no buildings there. So our network can also work correctly on this type of imagery. And the training set sizes we work on are around 1 million images. So the second stage is polygonization algorithms. Depending on your scenario, maybe something simple algorithm like Douglas-Becker can work for you. It's a greedy algorithm and it can simplify the building outline. But since we put our predictions on the map as well, we have this additional property of the building that this prediction need actually to look like building, that have these angles which are most common, 90 degrees, and in order to produce such a labels, you need some different approach that will be able to look at the building in the global context and not make greedy decisions. And this is like one of the algorithms we created for this task, which is available as a library and everybody can use it. So Once we produce polygons, we need to figure out the evaluation metrics. So first thing we do, once we produce predictions, we try to match them with the labels. And depending on how many buildings we matched, we calculate precision and recall. And for those, and regarding the quality, for those buildings that we matched, we need to calculate the quality metrics. For that, we use intersection over union, which is a standard for this type of problem, but also we added additional metrics like shape distance and rotation angle, because again, these buildings will be placed on map. So even like square and hexagon can have a high coverage. The user, different shape can create big dissatisfactions for the user and consumers of the data. Once the metrics are produced and you are satisfied with the results, the following stage is just to apply the model across huge amount of imagery. In our case, it is several hundreds of terabytes of imagery. And of course, for this kind of task, you need the infrastructure which can parallelize the work for you. For that, we use Azure, and we parallelize our extraction on several hundred GPUs. And while developing this infrastructure, we figure out that other customers might also find it very useful. So we made it very customizable. So for example, if you are working on some model which predicts some maps imagery, for example, pools or whatever your business scenario is, we enable this TIA platform solution for you, basically where you can provide just your Dockerized solution and we can deal everything else for you. So depending on the imagery you use, you can upload that imagery in the cloud, or if you're using a particular tile API, you can configure that into this platform. And once we made the extractions available, we usually put those extractions on GitHub. But since these extractions are very bulky and large in size, we also added this API, which you can access it basically for any area of interest. This API can retrieve the buildings that we extracted. And this is one feature that is used by OSM community, OSM OpenStreetMap community, which is creating the open maps and using our output to enrich the open data. Also, this API was integrated into Rapid, developed by Facebook. This is just extension of OSM ID editor, where editors can review the buildings we produce and also the Facebook roads. With all the attention of ML on making this using ML to make labeling process much faster. And one interesting scenario for this tool is once the label is tweaked by the editor, then the information can be returned back to us for the active learning scenarios. So on this slide, you can see some of the examples of extractions we did so far. First, we did USA. We used the data set of 10 million buildings, which is also publicly available on the GitHub. In US, we extracted 125 million buildings. And this data set was also featured in New York Times, where they use it to provide some socials and history aspects of how the United States developed. You can see down very good results, very good recall, intersection over union, and mainly contributions to such a good result is that a large amount of buildings, around 33%, is under very good imagery. And you will see later that the quality of the imagery you're working on is very important. So the next step, we did Canada in collaboration with Canada government. They provided us the labels, so we just repeated the same process. Here you see the results are a little bit worse than America, but the reason is that a much larger amount of imagery is placed on low resolution imagery, where it is sometimes very hard even to the human eye to detect what is a building and what not. So Our next project was a part of a larger Microsoft humanitarian initiative, and our assignment was to extract buildings in Tanzania and Uganda as part of this humanitarian effort. But this experience was completely different because this is the first time we worked without any labels available. In Canada and US, we had a lot of labels, but here we have none. And when we apply the models we train on Canada and USA on this imagery, the results are pretty bad. And we contribute that to completely different imagery, completely different landscape, residential structures, and everything else. So this is one of the property of DNNs where they don't generalize well on the unseen imagery. We looked for additional data from the OSM community, but we found a lot of problems with this data. Some of these can be seen on the slide. So with the help from our partners from humanitarian organization, we decided to create the data set from scratch. Then they helped us for that. And in order to create this data set more representative, because we want, again, to cover samples from various urban areas, we use this population data set from Center of International Earth Science Information Network, where basically this data set contains a random map of population across the whole globe. And depending on this data set, you can deduce which are the rural, which are the urban areas, and that we use to create a representative sample for this job. And here are some additional labeling efforts we did. So in the end, we created a data set of around 40K buildings. As you can see, demanding around 233 labeler hours, which is pretty much big. And it's very expensive project. And here you can see the final results compared to Canada and US. You see the big drop in recall. We contribute that to the smaller training sizes and to the verse imagery. But when we did an error analysis, we also noticed because of the bad imagery, it's very hard sometimes when the buildings are close by to we usually produce one building and actually 3 labels are present. So in order to deal with this, we also, in addition, created this instance segmentation network. And basically what this means is the network that will separate the connected buildings is the same network we use for building detection. You just now have different job. Instead of recognizing the building, it needs to recognize the edges. And basically we use the same training sets, but when creating the building mask, we don't create building masks, we create edges masks. And how we just ran 2 models. So we use edges to split the predicted pixels, ones that are our seeds for the buildings, and then we assign back the edges to the closest building seed. And with this kind of approach, our recall increased a lot, and here are the new results available. In the meantime, we integrated these 2 networks into one, which is much better from perspective of applying it on imagery. It of course reduces the extraction time, reduces by half, yeah, there are also other alternatives, different networks like mask RCNNs, but they seem too complicated. Since we do extraction or the extraction of very large tiles, which can have around 1,000 imagery, the mask RCNN can be problematic for this purpose. So when we started working on Africa, the big problem we noticed is this domain shift problem. So DNNs don't generalize well when they're applied on imagery, which are not present in the training set. They produce results with regressed performance. And that will all come, that will happen every time we do this. And this happens because the imagery we apply on has different color and styles. The cameras are used, they are different. And also, it's not just like when we go from market to market that it will be different. Tomorrow, when the new imagery for example, United States become available, it will be different. And this kind of development market, but market is not scalable in the long run. So this is one of the solutions how we plan to deal with this. We just plan to train one model using all data available and make it very robust, using very smart data augmentation to produce it, and with configurable sampling priorities from different imagery sources. And the other stage is, once we have this robust model, which pretty much works well across the board, is to have this specific image domain adaptation, which can also be done without labels. So without that labeling costs I also showed you in the Africa, using only imagery without labels. And this is in research produces a lot of interesting papers regarding this. Some of them are based on entropy, some on style transfer. And we are now testing this on one particular market, and it shows very promising results. Soon we will follow up with it. And with this approach, we plan to finally create the footprints for the whole world. But even when we solve this problem, there will be still some problems mentioned on this slide, like poor image quality, outdated imagery, natural covering, all of these things. Even with perfect technology, some of these things, it will be hard to mitigate. Of course, when time goes, I suppose we will have better and better imagery, but this outdated problem will still prevail because usually the imagery you can see it's several years old. So yeah, this is the summary of it. We in Microsoft strongly believe that computer vision technologies are a way to go to deal with scale problem of worldwide changing map data. I think the technology is now there, and we have some very good experimental results, and yeah, we will be happy to share as soon as possible with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nicola. Thank you for your sharing. Now we are moving to the fourth speaker. The fourth speaker is Santosh Mallison, Associate Fellow Technology and Product Development, Verizon, and his topic is Computer Vision for IoT Camera. Let me introduce Santosh. Santosh Mallison is an Associate Fellow in Verizon Technology and Product Development Organization. He works in the Emerging Technologies Group, and his current focus on computer vision and location technologies. He holds over a dozen patents in the areas of security and analytics, and his current role with Verizon has filed for multiple patents in the areas of computer vision, location, and blockchain. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Santosh. Give us your sharing. Is he online?
Cameras. So in recent times, there's been a lot of progress across multiple different technology domains that's making it possible for computer vision to be applied in a truly distributed fashion. We know the smart devices, the smartphones, are getting more and more capable of running computer vision models natively. There's also a lot of advancements happening on the chip fronts for inference chips that can utilize really low power and be very capable of running pretty complex models. Recent advances in 5G is also opening up a new domain of mobile edge compute because of the low latency and high bandwidth connectivity that it produces. So this is all coming together to truly create a ripe environment for applying computer vision across a lot of wide variety of applications for IoT. A brief prologue. So why computer vision for IoT? IoT already has a lot of sensors, thousands of sensors that can look for a wide variety of conditions. In one word, it's really, a picture is worth 1,000 words. I got two pictures here. One's showing the industrial environment IoT, and one's more of a consumer IoT environment. The reason you would want to use computer vision in IoT is because a single picture can track various objects. Most of the times the sensors, individual IoT sensors, are limited to a small subset of conditions that they are sensing for. With the picture, you can track various objects. You can look at the state of the asset. You can look for safety conditions. And you can also look for interaction between objects, which if you look for any other type of dedicated IoT sensors, it becomes very complex. So for example, on the picture on the left here, on the industrial IoT type of environment, you can see if a forklift has a person in it or not. So that's an interaction between the object that it can be, a picture can be used to detect. And also images make catch all observations, right? So you might be intending to use the image for a particular type of detection or sensing a particular type of condition, but since the image catches everything else, you can actually go back and later on do some other type of sensing from those images. And when you combine the images with contextual data, you can gain additional situational awareness. For example, on the consumer IoT image on the right side, so if you combine a contextual data that it's a senior citizen living in a house, and they should not be in a prone position for too long of a time at the middle of the floor, that gives you a situational awareness that something has gone wrong. So this allows for automating really complex tasks. Some really quick intros on some of the terminologies used, just to make sure the audience is aware of the technologies used in these slides. Computer vision. So what do we talk about when we say computer vision? What are we really talking about? It's really the most common computer vision tasks are classification and labeling. They are really variants of the same thing. You look at the image and you tell what's in it. So whether image is a cat or a dog. Detection recognition is another most common thing. It's you not only recognize what's in the image, you also have localization that puts some sort of bounding box of the object inside the image. And tracking is really doing either classification or detection across a timeline. There are obviously a lot of other computer vision tasks, but these are kind of the most common ones used in the IoT applications. The IoT applications that are ripe for computer vision are for safety compliance. For example, in the industrial environment, if a human comes too dangerously close to an operating forklift, that's a safety compliance issue. You can use it for defect monitoring. When you have a manufacturing assembly line producing a lot of different things, it can be used for defect monitoring. Asset monitoring, it can be used in like retail environments where it's looking at the assets, whether assets are getting depleted from the shelves. analytics in smart city type of environment. You can use a lot of different analytical information, whether a particular intersection, how heavily trafficked it is, whether there's more car traffics, more bicycle traffics, those type of analytics. So all of these IoT type of applications, computer vision is really ripe to be applied for. Mobile edge compute. So what do we mean by mobile edge compute? It's really, edge compute refers to a processing capacity that exists very close to the user. So you can define that edge in many different ways. If you have a smartphone that's running a lot of different things locally, that's really an edge compute as well. A mobile edge is when you have an edge that's really not capable of running complex tasks because of either compute limitations or power limitations. You can kind of move that edge a little bit away from the actual device, but still very close to the device using connectivity, especially with 5G and the ultra low latency it provides and the large bandwidth it provides. The edges, it may be away from the physical device, but it's still pretty close. And the mobile edge compute allows for applications and services to be accelerated. So computer vision at the edge, how is it designed? So today, the CV at the edge designed how it shows on the left here. So you have a camera, and it's the feed from the camera goes into an IoT gateway that does some inference, and the results of that goes into cloud for further processing. And sometimes you have the camera and the IoT gateway and the inference system all coupled together in a single system. So this is the example for this is like the Jetson Nano, the TX1, TX2 from the NVIDIA Qualcomm Snapdragon processors. Raspberry Pis can be attached to cameras. So these are things that are mostly OEM software on top of a really fragmented system on a chip type of space. What we propose is a better, what we think is a better mobile edge compute design that also scales for legacy IoT cameras. So this is where a camera actually connects to a mobile edge compute cloud service that provides the inference. And the mobile edge compute is a rich CV system environment, and it provides you with everything a cloud paradigm provides you. So if you look at the computer vision at the edge application stack, so if you look at the vertical stack of each one of these, they're identical. But if you look at the application stack itself, it's composed of these functionalities. So obviously you have the camera. The camera is feeding the signals into some sort of computer vision engine or a model. And the model determines whatever it's designed to do, and it creates a metadata. And that metadata needs to be analyzed, and an actual actuation needs to happen. So in an IoT type of environment, most of the time what you're doing is when a computer vision detects something, you need to take some action based on that. And once the actuation layer is passed, you have other analytics and prediction layers that are running on the cloud, which are not really time sensitive, and they aggregate data across many different IoT devices, in this case, camera, and obviously some dashboard or UI of some sort that brings it all together. So these are roughly the components of a computer vision application that runs on the edge. What we have here is the 4 different ways you can slice and dice these functionalities. So when you have an ultra low latency requirement, that means less than 20 milliseconds from the time an image appears on the camera and the time you're making the actuation decision, you most of the time would want to run this thing on the edge device itself. And if you have somewhat better latency requirement, the latency can be in tens of milliseconds, you may still want to run the model on the edge device, but run some of the compute-intensive analytics on a mobile edge compute environment and run the actuations from there. So again, the flexibility this is going to provide you is the actuation layer is not in each of the edge device itself. So it's in the cloud and it becomes easier to manage. And the right two boxes are two different environments where you're really talking about an edge device that's really a dumb camera. It's not doing anything other than just capturing images, and the computer vision itself is running either on a Mac or on a cloud. And where you are running those is really dependent on your application itself. If you have a safety critical actuation application or a safety critical process control, you would want to run it on a Mac. If you have a more general computer vision use case, it's conducive to be running it on the cloud. So the rest of the slides, what we're really going to be looking at is the computer vision engine, the second box from the bottom, how we architect it so that it scales for all these environments. If you look at the computer vision engine requirements, it's really made up of three different components, major components. You have the actual neural network engine it needs to be capable of running multiple models. It needs to be capable of running models trained on different deep learning frameworks, and obviously any type of auto-scaling type of environments. The neural network engine obviously works with actual trained models. So a CV engine needs to be able to have capabilities for adding these new models in a pretty easy fashion. The third component is the actual video processing pipeline. So when you get a stream of data coming from a camera, you need to be able to determine what to do with the stream. So you don't want to be running computer vision on every frame of the stream itself. Again, this is going to be based on how tolerant your application is. On a simple anomaly detection type of application, you might be okay with running 1 frame per second, but some kind of defect detection on a assembly line may need to run 10 or 20 frames per second. And obviously, across all of these different functions, you want these components to independently scale, and you want these components to use hardware in an efficient fashion. And this picture kind of brings it all together. This decomposes the three major components we talked about in the previous slide. It talks about all the different individual components that are software components that are going in here. So on the left here is all the video sources and the image sources that can go into a computer vision engine. The video pipeline really interfaces with the neural network engine. It stays in between the video source and the neural network engine. It provides a wide variety of functionalities. You might have complex things like scene understanding, where you're really looking at scene boundaries to determine what needs to be detected. You might have fairly simpler frame processing. You just specify how many frames per second you want to process, and obviously you have other normal things like long-term storage of the video itself. You overlay stream the video out to downstream consumption and so on. And this all need to be tied together with an API layer where an orchestration layer can come in and really use this like a Lego blocks to put an application together. And the video pipeline interfaces with neural network engine through, again, API layers. And the reason for API layer integration here is, you might have a single image coming through from a frame processing module, but you may want to run multiple models on them. And it's possible that these models are coming from different sources, and they could be running on different deep learning frameworks. So you would normally want to support all the common deep learning frameworks, and obviously TensorFlow, PyTorch is up there, Caffe, Onyx, all of those needs to be supported. And we have Darknet in here as well, because Darknet is the base for the popular YOLO framework. And it's pretty popular within the industrial IoT type of environment. And all of this is tied together by an API layer that kind of normalizes access to all the different frameworks and the models by abstracting, really to a specific computer vision task, whether it's a classification task or it's a detection task or it's a segmentation task and so on. The other view of the same computer vision architecture is more of a platform component view. So the previous slide talked about different software functional components, and but this slide is really depicting the same thing in terms of platform components. From platform component perspective, this may look familiar to most people who use web scale architectures. So this is still you have different machines, the actual physical host. They could be running on hardware, whether it's GPU or CPU hardware. And there's a host OS, which has Docker, and this is all orchestrated together with the Kubernetes. And the auto scaling is again given by Kubernetes. So the whole architecture looks identical to pretty much a standard web scale architecture. So what are the benefits for this type of computer vision engine? It provides us a way to scale from either a MEC environment, mobile edge compute environment, or a far cloud environment. They are loosely coupled through APIs, the individual components. So you can easily run multiple models, either in parallel or daisy chain fashion. They're all controlled through the APIs themselves. By running these on a cloud type of environment, you can get an easy A/B testing type of scenario where you can easily plug and play different models and test them out. And you can scale these components independently. So for example, you might have multiple cameras coming in from a factory floor, but if you are really only needing a one frame per second type of environment, you could run less instances of the actual inference on the GPU, just saving on GPU compute cost. You can scale these on appropriate hardware. So these individual software components are containerized individually. So for example, the video processing container could be running on a different hardware compared to the neural network container that's running on a hardware with the GPU. And you can scale them on appropriate clouds as well. So the video processing container could decide if it's a process, the safety critical application, that particular part of the model can be running right on the MEC. And if it's more of a monitoring or analytics type of model, it can be accessed on the far cloud. And this whole architecture enables us to be hardware and cloud platform agnostic. We can run this on a MEC, or we can run it on a far cloud. And the application layer is unaware of what the execution environment is. So when the developers who are using this to run or to build their applications on top, it's a single API interface for them, whether it's running on a MEC or whether it's running on a far cloud. And by adopting this CV engine architecture, we're really letting the CV expert focus on the actual CV model development and not worry about the inference execution. That would be the end of the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Santosh. Okay, here in Taipei, we have Ted and Todd will join us into the short panel discussion. As you are all the expert of AI and computer vision, I think my first question is that as an expert of AI and computer vision, can you share us in, is there anything or more things we can help in the pandemic of COVID-19?
Okay.
Okay.
I think computer vision, I mean the computer vision or even the audio as an input is very important, and for the people to recognize not only their behavior, sometimes we can extract the features like vital sign signals from the computer visions. And actually it's a it's a contextless way to understand the situation, the behavior, and many things. So we use in Quanta, we use many computer and doing imaging processing as a service over the internet, and sometimes we do it at the edge site and for different kind of applications. And I'll say that this is very important to monitor the people's vital signs in the order to understand the symptoms, and then we can do more preventative medicine in advance. And I think computer vision is getting more and more important in this area, especially if we want to monitor a group amount of people and to see what's going on over there. For example, if we put a camera here and we try to understand 10, maybe the hundreds of people here, whether their temperature, body temperature is way too high or low, that is one thing. Second thing is that can you detect something from their behavior, the way they walk, the gesture, the posture, that is another thing. And so I think to dig out the context beneath the visions that you collected is very important, and which is the things that we try to do. And I think that's the new algorithm and AI can help in that sector.
I think ICT technology can help a lot, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, and how about Todd? Yeah.
We see the near IR spectrum or even far IR spectrum probably can help in helping people defend coronavirus. Initially, we developed that kind of technology, want to detect the fruit in supermarket, either be contaminated or too many drugs remain. But we discovered people, in addition to get fever, coughing, he probably has some different movement when he get infected. So if we can put that sensor in everybody's handset with near IR or far IR detection, so we don't need to rely on institutional camera like a thermal camera in the entrance of each building, custom, supermarket. We can use our handset to detect people nearby me may have some abnormal phenomenon. So you probably can get attention, keep social distance. So I see computer vision can help a lot.
Yes, I think so. I think when the special situation for the time being became into new normal, maybe the application will booming. It will boom. Yeah, a lot of application will come out. Then I think let's go into the second question. Regarding to the web technologies, we can see there are many web standards and applications that are related to AI or computer vision. So my second question is that, can you share with us what is the most potential standards and applications for AI and computer vision? What are the opportunities for Taiwan and the global industry to focus on?
Okay, Aegis is one of board members of VITAL International Standard. So the mission of that international organization is try to make people get rid of password forever. using your facial recognition fingerprint as a key instead of meaningless. As long as it's meaningful, it becomes easy to attack. So, but it's very difficult for people to remember meaningless number alphabet. But once that bio sign become a key, so then raise privacy concern. So well, facial is a good sign as a key. You walking on the street, a lot of surveillance camera taking your face every day. So I really don't consider that a good key. So fingerprint probably one of that, and movement probably one of that. So right now, a very hot topic in FIDO organization is the authentication and remote binding. So more and more government want to electronize their ID card. But the problem raised is you are in location A, but authentication need to be done at location B. And you want to erase that privacy concern. So recently, this become a very, very hot topics in FIDO international discussion. Tons of people throw in, paying attention, put their opinion there. So we see this probably is the next big thing for AIoT and bioscience.
Okay, thank you. Tech.
I think the first things that I would like to make this, to further broaden this these questions. I think this is a very good questions. First of all, is that more and more sensors coming out in the market. So just like 60 gigahertz millimeter wave and also the IR and some others. So everything will connect it to the web, because the beauty of web is because it's cross-platform. So easy for us to use different kind of display and create applications and leverage the data you collected. And then you try to stream the data. And of course, there are some encoding and encryptions that you have to make, and also there are some authentication problems. And whether the authentication should be done at the edge or inside the cloud, it all depends on the application and services. So basically, take the medical, for example. The most important thing is that take Taiwan, for example. There are many different kind of HIS systems. Different hospitals, they have their own, data, and how they can share the data to each other, and to create a bigger, data set in order to create applications around it. So there are some standards, around how to, make sure that everybody follow the same table for data exchange.
Yes.
So data exchange is another thing, because that lays the basis for collaboration.
Yes.
And so when we talk about, the future AI, and of course we can use, the minimum, data set to create the application. That is one direction. But before that happens, you still need huge amount of data, leverage huge amount of data, dig out the value, and create the algorithm, and make sure the algorithm can run in a hybrid environment. Sometimes it's private, sometimes it's public, and sometimes even at the edge or inside the sensor. So there are many different ways to do that. So, but the most important thing is that, data exchange is very important, and depends on the problem, the time critical, the dependency of the problems, then you will move the algorithm around, the systems. So it's, there are many applications, but for Taiwan, because Taiwan, the good thing for Taiwan is that Taiwan has one of the biggest and the data set around healthcare in the world, and it's very complete. And so basically, how to leverage that as the core competency and use that to further enhance medical care, or is another things. The good thing is that we currently, I think, our government they try to collect more imaging data.
Yes.
For more applications.
Yes.
So which means that the X-ray films and even the pathology films and also the DICOMs, PACs, they all centralize. They try to create more value out of the data we already collected for the past 30 years. And that's another thing to consider. So authentication is one thing, security is one thing, privacy is one thing. But other things to consider is that how people can exchange the data without to infringe the privacy and also the data leakage issues, and that's another things to consider.
Yeah. Echo to the Ted opinion. I usually say that right now we are facing the hybrid issues, very complicated, and different layers, different segment, different point of view. So I think we need to collaborate with multiple stakeholders together. And right now we are entering into the internet and the digital economy era. Besides today we learned lots from our experts talking about the technology and application and some application. But at the same time, I would like to remind that the humanity, ethic, and how to build up a trusted environment of our application. I think there will be a big issue in the future. Let's make our efforts together. So thank you for joining us today's AIoT Track of Web Conference 2020. Thank you. Bye-bye.